Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We will start shortly. We were waiting for the minister who's just arrived. Can we get everybody in the room before we start? All right, can we get everybody in? Whoever is still outside, we would like to start. Just Renee. Okay. Is everybody in? For those that are joining us online, we'll be starting shortly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is day 2 of our roundtable on artificial intelligence in healthcare. And today we have the pleasure and the honor to host the Honorable Minister Clayton Simande, who's just arrived. And I also know that there are some obviously delays right up at the gate. But before we begin, let's just take a moment and observe these few housekeeping rules. And the idea really is to avoid disruptions. Please switch off or ensure that your mobile phones are on silent. The restrooms are on either side of the elevators outside this hall. In case of emergency or fire, the exits are down the stairs and through the main entrance doors. Refreshments are outside and will be served during breaks and lunch. I encourage active participation and engagement as we go through the session. And there are exhibitors on my left that you can also visit during tea break. For those that need the CPD points, there is a CPD register at the summer table. Please make sure that you have your name and MP number registered there so that when we submit for CPDs, you get allocated your points. And so as we're still waiting for the minister and his team to walk through this room, I think that we had such a good day yesterday talking about how AI is changing the landscape of healthcare. And there's been really good interactions between what's possible and what we can do right now. There are few people that spoke, Prof. Ruben Pillay, who really delve in to some of the work that they're doing in Alabama in his research and innovation hub, which was quite exciting. That was followed by Ms. Mia from MRC talking about what is happening in the landscape in South Africa. And who can forget Wayne about how they developed EVDS in 4 days and how EVDS became part and parcel of what we're using during our COVID years. And then we had Lubabalo, who reminded us of the gogos in our villages and how we bring AI into those remote areas, as well as leveraging private-public partnerships to bring these services, healthcare services, to those communities as well. This was followed by cybersecurity from Prof. Nyirenda of UWC, and the conversation by the two big funders in our environment, Discovery Health and GEMS, on some of the work that they do in their organizations to leverage digital technology and AI to promote access, lower costs, and improve quality. We then had two speakers from, one from American Medical Association, talking about what they're doing in that part of the world, as well as another speaker from UK, from the British Medical Association, also just talking about what is happening in that space. So today we kick off firstly with it's a short day today. We have the minister speaking. Will be followed by some of the use cases in AI. And then we will close off the day with some ethical and legal considerations in the implementation of these systems in the health sector. So it's a shortish day, and I'm hoping we'll be able to finish before lunch. I know it's Black Friday and people want to go to Macro, etc., get their stuff. So we'll make sure that we finish early. Now, when you wait for the minister, you know, you say everything that you wanted to say, and somehow you're required to say more. So, because what I was prepared is done, and we're still waiting. But as soon as he's ready, they'll let me know, and we will welcome him in to the hall. So let's just hang 10 before that happens. And somebody will probably just alert me when they're ready. Hey, I see. Thanks, Lulu. So if you want to quickly grab water, juice, and coffee just before they come up, just do so. And then we can start. Thank you. Oh, as he walks in, can we please stand to welcome him into the room? The Honorable Minister Bladen Zimande, together with his team and the SAMA leadership, as well as our hosts. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated. Welcome once more to the day 2 of AI Roundtable. I will ask our Vice Chair and the Chairperson of our EST committee, Professor Ames Dye, who is also the program lead for the events. Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you, Claude. And good morning to everyone, our esteemed guests, and friends and colleagues, and importantly, our Honorable Minister. Welcome to day 2 of the Roundtable. We do hope that we continue our discussions towards equitable access to healthcare using AI technology. And we do hope that it doesn't remain just as discussions, but we move forward in terms of implementing action plans. Without further ado, I call upon the chairperson of the South African Medical Association to introduce our guest speaker for this morning, our Honorable Minister.
Good morning, colleagues. Our Honorable Minister was arrived, President of SAMA, Professor Mabenge, the CEO of SAMA, the Vice Chair of SAMA, the colleagues that are here as distinguished guests. I would like to welcome you all. I just want to be brief. The minister told us he needs to be somewhere, so I won't be going through my normal remarks, opening remarks. But with us, colleagues, we have Professor Bonginkosi Emmanuel Bladen Zimande, who is with us today, who is going to be addressing us as the South African Medical Association. Like I said, he didn't want us to go through all these you know, his whole CV and stuff like that. But he wanted us to acknowledge him, his presence, and give him a platform to speak. Minister, we're very excited to have you as the South African Medical Association in this occasion. Yesterday, we really witnessed a powerful discussions on transformative potential of artificial intelligence in healthcare. You know, from exploring the ethical frameworks needed to govern AI to showcasing innovative applications that are already making a difference. So day one really underscored the incredible opportunities AI presents for our nation. So I would like then to give this opportunity to our Minister of Higher Education and Training and Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation in our democratic country. Over to you, Minister. By the way, the term tenderpreneurs, I heard it from him. It was coined by him.
Thank you very much. But you can't help me because you are not in your surgeries. Uh, and I've been traveling. I arrived last night from Ethiopia. Now, let me start by greeting Professor Mabenge Fundo, the president of SAMA, Mongameli. And of course, Dr. Mvuisi Mzugwa, thanks for your kind introduction, chairperson of SAMA. Professor Dai, the vice chair of SAMA. Dr. Mzulungile Notigita, the CEO of SAMA. Mr. Jean Zhang, the CEO of Huawei, Southern African region. And thanks for hosting us here, for hosting our professional association. SAMA is ours, we claim it as ours. Yeah. All government officials who are here, heads of research institutions and academic institutions, business leaders, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the honor of inviting me to come and share some of my thoughts with you on the importance of artificial intelligence in supporting healthcare in our country. I would have liked to have been here yesterday, but I was outside the country. Thanks at least for accommodating me, even if it's on your second day. Let me also take this opportunity to really congratulate SAMA for what they've aptly referred to this event as a pioneering initiative. And I wish and hope that this will set an example for other trade unions and professional associations to grapple with issues of technology and its uses, including on work and society. We have a 10-year plan as the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation on science, technology and innovation, STI as we call it in short, which we call a decadal plan, which is a 10-year plan, 2022 to 2032. More or less coincides with the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations as well as the National Development Plan of our country. It's got very key focus areas that at some other stage I would like that we share and engage with SAMA and also hear your views on that. We've got in that decadal plan what we call grand challenges, which are challenges facing society, South Africa in particular, but not exclusively South Africa. Some of the challenges are global, but they've got a particular impact here, like climate change, for instance, is one of the main issues we deal with in our decadal plan. The issue of alternative sources of energy, modernizing our economy, and most importantly, the future of work and the future of society in the wake of new technologies, which is what we are doing is in a way also a further contribution to our own decadal plan, because we are practicalizing. One of the things also that we deal with in the decadal plan is health innovation. It's one of the big focus areas that we have, which also like to engage with you. I'll do that because I've defined my mission in terms of what the president has given me to say. One big task that I have from where I'm seated is to play a leading role in placing science at the center of society. But I can't do that as an individual. I have to work with all the key stakeholders. Now, SAMA is one of those. By what we have done now, we are now one of the key stakeholders that we would like to work with. Now, Artificial intelligence then cuts across all what I've just spoken about, because it's becoming the anchor of the new, and it's going to become the anchor of the many new. So you'll excuse me if I. So when I speak, my sinuses behave until I finish. I hope they will do the same. I know it's all in the mind also. I'm a trained psychologist. We used to call that psychosomatics, which you should know as medical practitioners. The first issue I'd like to reflect on is the promise that AI offers us in the area of healthcare. As you may well be aware, AI offers us unprecedented opportunities in improving diagnostics and inevitably therapeutics as well. And the two things, you know that very well, are deeply interlinked. If your therapeutics, if your diagnostics are sharper, much more specific, improved by AI technologies, also then improves therapeutics. So AI has a crucial role to play there, and also making few areas in our diagnostics, as well as the importance of AI in treatment planning, enhanced medical imaging analysis, and personalized medicine. It also offers us targeted therapies, streamlined administrative processes, leading to improved and more efficient healthcare services and better hospital management practices, as well as improvements in efficiency and effectiveness in the planning of the production of drugs, development and production of drugs, amongst other things. AI-powered systems will also help in facilitating preventative healthcare, which is one of our biggest focus areas. But it should be. But in our health system, as you know, with the disease burden that we have, sometimes we don't pay adequate attention to preventative healthcare because we tend to be preoccupied with treatment because of the disease burden that we have. Now, AI-powered systems then will also help us with accurate predictions of demand, leading to more informed human resource practices. AI systems also offer predictive, hopefully, analytics, as I've said, but in this instance for population health management and powerful solutions for managing confidentiality in healthcare. I also heard you talking about something. What was that record you were talking about? Medical? Electronic medical record. Absolutely critical, what we are talking about. Because we need to know who we are and what we are suffering from. I'm not going to share that with you here. It's a matter between myself and my doctor. But we all hope to benefit. Now, AI-powered systems also can enhance access control and authentication using behavioral biometrics for continuous verification and machine learning models that can detect anomalies in data access patterns, alerting administrators to potential breaches in real time. Second issue, where AI is important, relates to the need to develop local expertise. I'm very passionate about this because the challenge we still have as a continent, ourselves, of course, as South Africa, as part of the continent, is that we still tend more to be consumers of foreign technologies and not developers and creators also of our own local technologies, but that will not only be used in South Africa, but that will also be used by the rest of the world. As South Africa, by the way, we are a very creative nation. I say this everywhere. And we are very innovative on a whole range of things. whether it's the arts, it's the sports, science. We have lots of talent. As we've shown, by the way, with COVID-19, we do need to also focus on developing local expertise. Partnering with our friends and partners, like we are doing with Huawei, very important partnership. Now, one of the best ways of ensuring sustainability of solutions and the production of new knowledge is by training new generation of scientists, researchers, and innovators. I hope in what you are doing as SAMA with AI, what you're gonna embed in that is training. Because without that, we are not going to get anywhere. Now, to develop the appropriate number of skilled individuals in the area of AI, as a country, I want to propose we need to do the following from the standpoint of being Minister of Science. First, as I've said, is education and training. We do need to focus to have AI-focused curricula at universities and technical colleges. By the way, Chair, I'm no longer higher education now. Higher education is still in my heart, will forever be in my heart. But the president decided focus on science. And I must say, it's a big relief. Sometimes when I pretend as if I'm boasting, I'm a Tambuza boy, you know, I come from working class background and everything. I say, President now has really given me a chance to deal with the very highly educated. You know? But use the highly educated to take our little ones from whatever backgrounds to be able to become whatever they want to become. We need research initiatives, as I have said, including establishing AI research centers and funding innovation projects. AI and Health Research Center, how is that? As an idea that perhaps we can pursue together with yourselves, the MRC, and others who are working. Talent retention is another key issue. Because the continent will still suffer from brain drain. We train our best, then they get taken. We need to address that issue. Continuous learning, we must develop programs for healthcare professionals to acquire AI skills. By the way, it means also our medical schools need to really look at their curricula. And so that they actually incorporate AI. No one must come out of a medical school without some insight, knowledge, understanding of artificial intelligence. Now, the third issue that I want to raise is the importance of fostering collaboration. Without collaboration, we're dead. And we need the following: public-private partnerships like the one we are doing with Huawei, thumbs up. But also private partners in South Africa. I won't comment much beyond what I've said about our South African private sector, because sometimes they tend to want to do things in a manner that sometimes is not in line with what we regard as our national priorities. But nevertheless, we must engage our own private sector. Very important. Interdisciplinary approach. We must bring together healthcare experts, data scientists, and AI specialists, but also people in the humanities and social sciences, by the way. But I know you are laughing at me because you say, yeah, I wouldn't have not said that. Of course, I am a social scientist and I have got insight with how important social science is for health, for AI, because we are all dealing with people after all. Now, knowledge sharing is important, like what we are doing, facilitating conferences workshops and exchange programs. And as I have said, this gathering is a good example. Regulatory frameworks, and it's going to be very important for AI that we've got regulatory frameworks. Remember, science is good for humanity, but also it can be used to destroy humanity. So regulatory frameworks are important. Investing in infrastructure is the fourth issue that I want to raise. Develop the necessary infrastructure to support the development of artificial intelligence. In this respect, I would propose we need to focus on the following: computing power, data storage, connectivity, must expand access to the internet, cloud computing, edge computing, implementing edge solutions for real-time processing in healthcare settings in this case. The fifth issue I wish to raise is the need to develop technologies to support AI. In this regard, the following are important: is data management systems, cybersecurity, because without that, what we are doing is under huge threat. Interoperability standards, this is the development of protocols for seamless data exchange between systems. And AI platforms, the investment in user-friendly AI development and deployments platforms. Having said this, let me just quickly then share with you what we are doing as the department in this area. We are already implementing some of the interventions that I'm calling for, that I've just referred to. And as part of our department's commitment to advancing AI in healthcare, we've undertaken several key projects. These include: one, multimorbidity in Africa. This is a digital innovation, visualization, and application research hub that aims to address multimorbidity in Africa through innovative data science techniques. It would be more than welcome that we get a chance at some stage to share these things with you in a bit more detail. I'm not able to do that because of time here. We are also doing AI-enhanced wastewater metagenomics. These focus on pathogen tracking for community health surveillance using machine learning. Thirdly, it's enhancing maternal and child health outcomes. This is done through the enhancement using what we call the flow system with machine learning and statistical analysis tools. We also have a program which is called Your Path that we are involved in, which focuses on using AI to support HIV health decision-making. It specifically focuses on linking large language model analysis with digital vision analysis. You know better than me, this still remains one of our big challenges. Now, we also have what we call foundational digital capabilities research platform. This research platform focuses on building the foundational digital capabilities that are required to form the building blocks of application development and customization across all South Africa's economic sectors. One of our entities, the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, CSIR, and we would like you to visit this. It's an invitation. It hosts our Center for Artificial Intelligence Research. We have a Center for Artificial Intelligence Research. We would like to invite you so that we don't reinvent the wheel in some instances where we don't have to. We can build on what we already have that we would like to share. This is a distributed South African research network with 10 established and 2 emerging research groups across 9 public universities in our country. It has been in existing, interestingly enough, since 2015. It's not a new thing, not so new. As Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, I'm particularly proud of the work that is done by the CSIR in helping our country to address the healthcare in remote regions. The CSIR is specifically helping in the development of diagnostic resources in rural areas by developing a machine learning powered diagnostic systems. This technology combines cutting edge machine learning algorithms to autonomously help medical professionals diagnose diseases with better accuracy and speed. That's CSIR for you. I'm also proud to indicate that our Center for Artificial Intelligence research at the CSIR also has 2 emerging research groups. One, we call it Swarm Intelligence, and others is Speech Technologies at Sol Plaatje University and the University of Limpopo, respectively. Having highlighted all this, it is important to recognize that all technologies exist in a particular socio-technical context, and we must therefore not underestimate the complex social, economic, ethical, and regulatory challenges that emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, robotics, cybernetics, and so on present, the challenges they pose to us. The emergence of new technologies has also reshaped the relationship between the state, businesses, and society. We've seen, for instance, how at the height of global COVID-19 pandemic, governments, in particular in the global south, found themselves at the mercy of powerful multinationals who have a monopolistic control over the production of vaccines. I'm pleased, by the way, to share with you that we have now developed foundational capacity to produce some of the vaccines here in South Africa for the first time ever. This arose, by the way, in December 24, 2020, was it? When the president called me at 12. I was really relaxing in my shorts, but I was in the car. And he calls me now to be called by the president on the 24th of December. I said, gee whiz. See, I've been fired before. I thought, well, here it comes again. So the president said, Zimande, this COVID-19 is a big thing. And I believe we have scientists in this country who can be able to develop vaccines to deal with this. That's what we've realized in a matter of 3 years now. Coronavirus type viruses, as well as now, we've also developed capacity to produce some of the vaccines that are needed in the continent. Because the problem we have, most of the vaccines that we need here are not produced in the continent. And that poses serious problems. It is therefore imperative that as South Africa and the African continent, we must harness technologies such as AI. That's why I'm excited with what SAMA is doing, so that we are able to develop the necessary scientific capabilities in critical areas, so as to reduce the possibility of a recurrence of a situation where an entire continent will once again find itself at the mercy of a few multinationals. We have progressive multinationals like Huawei, but not all of them are like that, by the way. But let me not say much. I also wish to suggest to the conveners of this roundtable, we should also think about how AI and related technologies can be used to support the recently adopted second presidential health compact. Under the leadership of our President Cyril Ramaphosa, this compact provides a framework, we believe, for cooperation between critical stakeholders in South Africa's health sector who contribute significantly to quality health outcomes. And also, I'm a great believer that as government, we should consult everyone, including on the matter of the NHI, which we've adopted. We engage to discuss, to listen, but without dropping the ball on our goal to achieve universal health coverage. In conclusion, as stated, artificial intelligence and related technologies promise to transform healthcare and medical innovation in an unprecedented way. To unlock this potential, we need to develop local expertise, foster collaboration, and invest in the necessary infrastructure. This, I believe, will enable us to build a thriving local AI ecosystem that will revolutionize healthcare delivery, address health inequalities in our country, and position South Africa as a global leader in health technology. That's what we want to be as South Africa. We want to be a global health leader in areas where we can, whilst located here in the African continent. Let me offer you two things as I end my input. These are the two gifts I'm leaving with you. Firstly, late as it may be, can I please, President Mabenge, now a chair, invite one or two delegates of SAMA to please attend our annual South African Science Forum next week. It's too short notice, but next week. Can you please do come? We have an annual science forum. It's here in Pretoria at the CSIR Conference Center, and there will be a few sessions on AI that will be discussed there. So that's the first offer. I thought about it late because I've been traveling too much. Secondly, the DSTI is ready to collaborate and cooperate with you in your work in this area of AI. That's another present. We are willing to work with you. As well as broadly, of course, in any other areas of science, technology, and innovation that you may be involved in and that are of interest to you. I hope you are having a successful gathering, and I wish you all the best, and thank you very much.
Minister, thank you very much for setting apart time in your busy schedule to come and grace our occasion on these 2 days of Roundtable AI. I want to say, Minister, we are very happy for you to come. We want to thank you for your support, and your support underscores the government's commitment to integrating technology and innovation into the healthcare system. Your participation has added immense value to our understanding and discussion of AI. Minister, we want to thank you for participating in driving South Africa's knowledge economy forward. You have put in some challenges to us this morning. We will definitely want to visit the CSIR so that we not reinvent what is already existing. You've said there's an annual science forum that is next week. We will definitely attend as summer. We will work with the STI to make sure that our people are better serviced and that the country is well positioned. Thank you, Minister. This is something for you to declare in the registers.
Yes, proudly so.
Thank you.
Proudly declare.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Thanks.
Sebo. All the best.
Okay, as we proceed, we thank the minister for honoring this session. We will move on, and unfortunately, we can't take questions because he's gone. Hey? If we wanted to ask him a few things, yeah. But I have the pleasure to introduce a friend and a colleague, Dr. Vuyani Mhlomi, and his COO, CIO, hey? Yes, CTO, thank you, Chief Technology Officer, to the stage to talk to the AI in a local expertise. I'm not sure how Vuyani is planning to do this, but Vuyani is a medical doctor. I'm not going to read your CV. I think people in the room know it. With an MBA and a PhD as well. You're one of our, pride and joy. I look at youngsters and think of what you have done in this space, the leap of faith that you took in starting your company and what you've done since, and the interactions we've had over the years in building hospital at home. So Vuyani, welcome to the stage.
Thank you so much, Claude. It feels really good to be back and to be working with SAMA. I think the last time I served in official capacity, I was a national treasurer for the Junior Doctors Association of South Africa back in the day, which is how I met the CEO. Also, Claude, thank you. I haven't had anyone refer to me as a youngster in a very long time. So I really, really appreciate your very kind remarks. Brilliant. Well, today I have the distinct pleasure of sharing with you what we've been doing within the South African context. The presentation is being delivered by myself and my colleague, Joost Pilager, and it is by design that we are both presenting today. I think the intention of this conference, or at least this forum, is that healthcare meets technology. And I think there could be no greater embodiment in our presence on the stage, but also it reflects how we think about healthcare within our own organizations. And we will share what we're doing and then take you down a path of, take you down through a journey about AI. Very quickly, I was secretly hoping that the minister would stay around so we could talk to him and share with him what it is that we're doing. So for Brenda, who've heard part of this presentation, I do apologize, but I do hope it sounds new. Our fundamental premise is that healthcare is changing. And that's the invitation that we extend to both the members of SAMA as well as SAMA, is that while a lot of people think that healthcare is failing, we fundamentally believe that our healthcare system is changing. And leveraging that philosophy as an organization called Curo Medical, we have embarked on a big, bold, sort of audacious goal to build and to pioneer Africa's first and largest hospital. The reason why we believe strongly that this is important is because the current landscape is unsustainable. We currently have a high rate of in-hospital admissions because we have a very hospice-centric care that is characterized by increasing cost and a lower system quality. Patients are being admitted increasingly into hospitals. We're not doing a very good job in managing them and them in their communities, both in hospital and out of hospital. They then subsequently get into the hospitals in private and in public, where there's often a duplication of services, in the public sector as a function of fragmentation, in the private sector, driving what we think is fraud, waste, and abuse. And most importantly, once these patients exit the facilities, there are significant gaps in how care is delivered. One, there's poor coordination between general practitioners and the treating physicians. Two, there's poor medicine reconciliation. Patients are taking what has been prescribed by the physicians in the hospitals. They're taking what the general practitioner has prescribed in the community, and they're also drinking whatever's growing in their garden. There often tends to be quite a lot of mix-up, and these patients land back into the facility at great expense to them and to the healthcare system. The third part is that often when patients are in hospitals, they're treated by very busy practitioners. This means that once they are discharged, there's an absence of follow-up, and we miss opportunities to pick up other issues that the patients may have. And then lastly, the absence of post-discharge patient monitoring has resulted in, again, missing opportunities for earlier intervention and avoiding unnecessary complications, mortality, as well as morbidity. I'm going to run through this, and I understand it's nothing new. For those of you who want to be technical, we try to go to the earliest time before pre-COVID, to get data from the earliest time before COVID disruption. And this is some CMS data, which, by the way, if you saw the report last week, it currently looks worse, right? What you can see here is a graphical representation of where, at least in the private sector, we're spending our money. This big portion is hospitalization, okay? Brick and mortar, hospital expenses, amongst others. Definitely not sustainable. The things that we describe as essential elements of in-hospital care, actually we contribute, albeit high costs, very, very small amounts. But hospitals are not just a very expensive place to go. They're also very risky for some patients. For example, studies have shown that the elderly, about 20% of them will suffer from delirium. 1 in 3 patients will lose a functional status they will never regain, and 10% of them will have a hospital-acquired infection or fall. And that is before we speak about antibiotic-resistant infections and COVID-19 that the minister was speaking about. What excites us, and this is the real part that we want to talk about, is actually there's a global trend that shows that the patients' homes are an ideal setting for healthcare delivery. And how is Cure Medical creating systemic value? Well, by treating the right patients at the right place at the right time. And I know I've got an ethics table over there within the confines of good medical practice. How does it work? Patients who are unwell would ordinarily go to their doctors, sorry. They'll be assessed. If the patient requires in-hospital admission, they'll be admitted to high care or ICU. In hospital, the value proposition that Cure Medical offers is to facilitate early discharge of these patients into the home. Secondly, if the practitioner deems, with consent of the patient, that a hospitalization event can potentially be avoided by the delivery of specific care to patients in the home, they can avoid the in-hospital route, and these patients could be treated in the in-hospital space. With respect to readmissions, schemes at the moment identify patients at high risk of readmissions using established risk prediction scores. These patients are channeled to us, and we admit them into our hospital at home program. And we believe that in so doing, we are able to unlock significant savings for our healthcare system. The last part of my presentation really speaks to how we deliver this. So we don't just send patients and then send nurses. Patients actually are enrolled into a program of well-designed and a combination of a basket of services that are delivered to the patients in the comfort of their own home. The first thing is that the patient has oversight for the treating provider. We leverage the power of technology to do real-time vital sign monitoring, underpinned by Cure Medical Intelligence that enables us to identify patients at risk of deterioration. All this information goes to a 24-hour command center that is run by doctors, nurses, and clinical associates. We do both in-person, so at home, as well as virtual visits. We then bring all the things that patients normally get in the hospital, from medication, intravenous therapy, short-term oxygen, bloods are done in the home, skilled nursing is delivered to patients, things like physiotherapy and other services are provided at home. And most importantly, all of this is within an ecosystem of emergency medical services provision, so that when patients show signs of clinical deterioration, we can escalate care as and when they need to. From a technology perspective, we leverage cutting-edge technology to monitor our patients in real time. We collect this information minute by minute. from heart rate to respiratory rate to oxygen saturations. We collect things like blood pressure, leveraging specific devices, glucose for patients that need it. We know when our patients are sitting up, standing down, lying down. We know when our patients fall. All of this information is transmitted to a 24-hour command center, as I've described. Our technology is FDA approved, it's CE marked, and for our local context, registered with the South African Health Products Regulatory Authority. We've designed the solution to really be comprehensive and to enable us to look after patients with broad spectrum conditions. And this includes things like infections, so your pneumonias and your cellulitis, etc., to chronic conditions that are frequently exacerbated, so your COPDs, your heart failures, asthmatic patients. That being said, we understand that this solution may not be ideal for all patients, and therefore we do have an exclusion criteria. For example, we don't take patients who are critically ill. They should be in the ICU. We don't take patients who have a concomitant acute illness that cannot be managed at home. An example of this, you may have a pneumonia. But if you've got intractable seizures, we strongly believe you should be treated at home. While we don't provide palliative care services, we do have palliative care partners. But also, lastly, from an administrative perspective, we can only offer this to adult patients at this stage. And the only reason that there's a limitation there is because the FDA has only approved the technology for use in adults. There's other technology that we're looking at to be able to offer this to the pediatric population. Your experiences as doctors, for those of you who are clinicians, will be able to access our secure platform and you access your patient's data from anywhere and at any time. You can also download our application on Google stores as well as the app stores. Once you're in, it unlocks a single source of truth where you'll be able to generate specific insights about your patients. So understanding both where they are clinically, you get their blood results, you get the clinical notes based on what the patients have recorded. You've got clinical information and any other additional investigations that the doctors might have required. Also, you'll be able to navigate through our dashboard where you're able to see all the clinical parameters for your different patients. And most importantly, every single patient has got an early warning system, which is based on the National Early Warning System, which is an internationally recognized standard that helps us understand where the patient's risk score fits at any given time. Unlike traditional hospitals, for example, where you do check their vital signs at a very specific point in time through spot checks, ours is pretty dynamic. And because we recognize that from a pathophysiological standpoint, the patient's condition changes over time, we always want to ensure that we're able to act on that as and when necessary. And then beyond that, our platform is a dynamic electronic record that really enables different components. We're able to personalize the patient's data. We've got guided note-taking to be able to reduce any errors that might come and therefore medical legal risk liability. We know when our patients are improving, stable, or deteriorating. We can capture additional information and signs for those patients where, for example, our clinicians visit the patient's homes and the patient has got a cellulitis, we can track how that progresses over time. And most importantly, we've organized our clinical notes in a way that is easily retrievable. We then are able to do other things that we all wish for and we've always wished for when we were in clinical practice. Now you don't have to be in the doctor's rooms or in the ER or admitted to a hospital to have a 12-lead ECG. We can do this at home, diagnose, transmit that to a treating provider so that clinical decisions are able to be made. We can do virtual calls, both on demand and scheduled, all the while the information of the patient is in sight. And as I've mentioned, you're more than welcome to pay us a visit, but we run a 24-hour command center in Bryanston, which is about 16 minutes from here. It's 24/7, and this is where we do our data-driven clinical interventions. We've been running this since 2018. We've seen over 100,000 admission days. We've treated patients with over 20 clinical conditions. Patients love what we do, and so do their families. And we've also managed to create a reimbursement environment to enable the care of these patients at a national level. And we are proud to have a growing client base, some of whom were here yesterday, some of whom are here today. And we really thank you for your support to enable the reimbursement of the solution. Beyond that, we are demonstrating significant outcomes, both from a cost perspective, but also from a values perspective to patients, where we're able to reduce length of stay and improve patient satisfaction. And then the last part, as I've mentioned, is that patients and their caregivers do love what we do. It doesn't end here. We are also partnering with other entities to decentralize both radiology and pathology. Fuji has produced an XDR device that generates less radiation than your television screen at home. It can diagnose, leveraging the power of AI, up to 33 conditions. And so we'll be able to now diagnose pneumonias, fractures, bowel distension, you name it, from the comfort of the patient's home without exposing them to the necessary risk. We're able to, in partnership with Butterfly, be able to do point of care ultrasounds that facilitates the care and the diagnosis and screening of conditions. And we've been able to put this to excellent use for a lot of the patients who often have to, at great expense, be transported to facilities only to be told to go back home because there's nothing sinister. And this is for us the value of that technology. And I think what we want to be able to communicate here is that we understand in the context of what we're talking about today from a future of AI perspective, and you've heard about this graph before, is that, well, Gartner actually has produced this very beautiful piece which speaks about where we are, and it speaks about what we call the innovation trigger, which is AI. You've got a period where there's a peak of inflated expectations, and then there's a trough of delusionment. As a company that leads within the healthcare space, in 2023, this is where we are with respect to AI, whilst everybody else is sitting within this space. Come to 2024, we're already starting to unlock what we consider to be the slope of enlightenment, while everybody else is still sitting and potentially approaching what we call the trough of disillusionment. But in closing, I want to say from my side is that actually what we're doing here is nothing new. The care of patients and the delivery of care in patients' home and home-based care is not new. The difference is that we're just doing it in a way that's smart. And Joost is going to unpack that for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vianney. It gets better every time I hear it. And I want to say it's such a pleasure and an honor to be able to work with you on a daily basis. I'm sure most of you who are not as involved in technology as I am wake up one day and everybody's talking about this ChatGPT and I'm not using it. Everybody's talking about AI and I don't know what it is, right? And then you're probably also thinking, what has Elon Musk done this time? So I think it's important for you guys to understand where did this all start, right? So similar to how healthcare works, engineering is based on years of research, right? And so where we need to start is the beginning. So if you go back to the 50s, there's this beautiful man called Alan Turing. After cracking the Enigma code from the Germans, he went on and started to do research on the very, very early computers. And he did something, he wrote a piece, something about thinking machines and learning machines. And he also wrote the Turing test. You did it yesterday, you didn't know about it. But the Turing test is basically a user needs to predict if something is done by human or if something is done by computer. So remember when we compared the images yesterday, that is basically a Turing test. So thank you. That is the very beginning. After that, in the 1980s, these two beautiful gentlemen, Mr. Hinton and Mr. Hupfield, continued on his work and started writing a lot of work that is very foundational for neural networks. And as we learned yesterday, these neural networks is what AI is based on. Now, the great thing is that they got a Nobel Prize this year in physics. I still think there needs to be a Nobel Prize in engineering. But it's great to see that after 40 years, you get finally recognized for the work you did. The problem is that this was all theoretical. There were no computers, or barely. There was no internet, there was no cloud, none of that. So there was a lot of theoretical research, and that's why they often call this the AI winter, where we have all these ideas, but we couldn't actually execute and produce these networks. After that, something in the 2000s started to happen. So this is Moore's law. So Moore's law says that the number of transistors on a microchip doubles every 2 years. I'm sure the people at Huawei know a lot about that. And this is still in effect, right? So every 2 years, our compute power basically doubles. And what is really interesting in the 2000s is that a lot of things start to come together. First of all, we have the development of the internet. The development of like cloud technologies are coming together. Systems are now being distributed across the world, but we also have the compute power to actually start building these neural networks that we thought of in the 80s. And then in the 2010s, there's some breakthroughs. We start to understand how to build deep learning models. We understand how to put these together and how to train these models. And to our surprise, they're super effective, especially in the imaging space. We start to use them in radiology and pathology, and it's of great use to us, right? Then the 2020s come along, and all of a sudden there's this large language model, which is sort of the latest and the greatest thing. And that is ChatGPT and all the others that you all know. So I asked ChatGPT, and if you ever feel down, I suggest you do that. You just go to ChatGPT and say, hey, based on our interactions, right? Could you describe me? So ChatGPT really likes me, I guess. And he says, based on our interactions, you seem to be a visionary leader with a clear focus on leveraging cutting-edge technology in healthcare. You're technically savvy, working with advanced APIs, ML, AI, and FHIR standards, with a particular passion for creating innovative and efficient solutions. You take great pride in your talented and experienced team, especially as they operate remotely from South Africa, and you're deeply invested in fostering collaboration and pushing the boundaries of what is possible in your field. I mean, Fuyani has never said this to me, so this is really nice. Then I asked ChatGPT, can you please also make an image of what you think I look like? And yeah, I look better in the image than in real life. So one thing I want to point out here is about hallucinations. So I think it was mentioned a couple times, but what does this actually look like, right? Because if you would ask Priyani, he's like, yeah, this is pretty accurate. But if you then ask ChatGPT, like, why did you actually make me a white male? Like, I never told you I'm a white male. Why did you make me a white male? ChatGPT will say, thanks for pointing that out. The image was generated based on a generic interpretation of leadership. And I didn't have any specific information about your appearance or identity. And I can imagine being in this room, this is quite shocking, right? Because there's more than white males on the planet. Secondly, if I asked, why do you say that my team operates remotely from South Africa? Because I don't operate remotely, I'm in South Africa. I mentioned your team operates remotely from South Africa based on our earlier conversation, where you shared that your entire team is based in South Africa. So this is another point where ChatGPT doesn't really understood it, because basically we had a conversation in the past where I say, my team is based in South Africa, but for some reason it still thinks that you can't have a working technology team in South Africa. And this is very important to understand for our local context. These large language models are based on public data on the internet, on Twitter, but a lot of it is like very European, Western, American focused. So in our local context, this is what a hallucination could look like. And this is like simple stuff. This is not complicated medicine. So this is important for you guys to understand when we speak about hallucinations, when we speak about misinformation. If you read the article about me, it seems great. If you actually start to ask a few more questions, you start to realize, this thing can also get it wrong. So what's next? So I think there are three exciting things in this space that are happening right now. First of all, there's going to be a bit of a LLM war. So everybody now starts to make a lot of different LLMs, and LLMs are going to get more focused towards a certain purpose, right? So we might have LLMs that are highly trained on South African law, or LLMs that are trained for medical purposes. So Google created an LLM called MedPalm 2, and on the US entrance exam for physicians, it scored 86.5, right? So they took the same concept, but they specifically trained it for medical purposes. And what I think that you will see happening is that for the next few years, we're going to have a lot of different LLMs, and then there will be some point where that kind of converges, as it often does in technology, and the good one stays. But there's a lot of different LLMs that are going to be out there, and every LLM is going to be trained for a specific purpose, and not like very generic how ChatGPT is today. A second thing that I think is super interesting that is not mentioned a lot is about contextual search. So if you think about all the systems that you use, if you think about the internet that you're on every day, we search by keywords. How do you get to the top of Google? You get to the top of Google by having the right words on your website matching what the user put in. But now with these LLMs, we're going to change the way we search because the LLMs understands context. And that's going to be quite a different shift, how you can search for things. On top of that is something called a retrieval augmented generation, like a RAG. And yes, also in engineering, we like these difficult long words, just like you doctors do. What we basically do here is that we basically have an LLM, so something like ChatGPT. And then what we want to do is we want to add data to it. We want to add our local context. So we can add data sources so that our ChatGPT, together with our data sources, now on our app understands what it's talking about. If I have a patient called Tom and I ask ChatGPT, hi ChatGPT, what do you think we should do? What is a good care plan for Tom? It would ask you a whole bunch of questions. Who's Tom? What are his diagnoses? Wada. But all that information is already in my system, right? So now by bringing the LLM and my own medical records together, I can now use the power of an LLM against my local context. So I think that's also a very interesting development. Let's bring it back home, bring it to Mzansi. I stole this slide from somebody else, I'll be very honest. I stole the whole presentation from ChatGPT. What do you guys think if you look at how long we live, right? So life expectancy. What are the biggest medical breakthroughs that we had in the past that increase life expectancy, right? Funny enough, it's clean drinking water, right? That's super important. Secondly, it's vaccinations, right? These two things increased our life expectancy significantly, more than anything else. If you now look at these two pictures and you think about, you know, Johannesburg and Sandton today, we don't have these two things, right? Sunninghill never has water, trust me, I stay around. And like there's this concept of like government vaccines. And unfortunately, the minister is gone, but I've never been able to find it. I have two young kids. Every time I'm at the discount, they say, we don't have government stock, right? So it's interesting that we all want to speak about AI and all these fancy things, while very basic things are still missing, right? And then bring that back to our challenges in the healthcare system. Like these are all very known to us, right? The accessibility, the affordability, lack of people, disease load, all these things is why our healthcare system the way it is. And that's also why we're trying to change it. But if you now think about AI, what is AI going to do about all these things? And sometimes it's almost painted as this magical tool, and it's not going to solve this. We can have all the AI in the world, but this problem is not going to be solved by AI, right? And that is very important to understand, I think, because what is AI then going to do for us, right? Why are we speaking about it? So I think AI is going to have an influence in each and every one of these things, but it's just going to be another tool. Same way that the internet helping us in any of these things. Software systems and platforms and apps are helping us in each and every one of those things. AI is going to help us in each and every one of those things. So it's just another tool. It's nothing new. It's the same thing. But we still have to work very hard to solve the issues at hand. So currently at Cura Medical, after careful exploration of the whole AI space, we continue to build very smart AI enhanced applications that increase patient outcomes and make things better. In the future, I'm very sure of it, that initiatives based on AI and a lot of our work will be a lot more AI based. But for most of you, if you are not using AI to its fullest capacity today, it's okay. It's just a tool. It will come to you when we're out of the trough onto the ramp. Thank you very much.
Well done to the Cura team. I'm going to take questions. I think as you are presenting, first of all, I can't get over the story about the name and how your mom reacted to that. And then number two, I'm thinking cybersecurity, I'm thinking load shedding, Yeah, I just got a bit anxious. Maybe you'll just take us through how you've navigated those. Are there any other questions, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, we've got a question. Go ahead, Lubabal.
Thank you so much, guys, from Chiro. Just one question. Bringing such innovation in South Africa, what would you say was the biggest barrier to market? I can imagine a patient from, a location not really exposed to tech, and now they have to be treated at home. There's things plugged on themselves. And how did you go about that?
Happy to respond. Babalo, firstly, thank you so much for that question. We make so many assumptions about people in communities and in rural communities and in townships. And yet, so for those of you who don't know, I'm from Khayelitsha, which is one of the biggest townships in Cape Town. My mom still lives there and we still go back there. And the amount of technology that actually resides and sits there, right? We think that people are completely unplugged. And I mean, this was a case in point about WhatsApp in the context of the rural spaces, right? People want to be treated at home. People actually don't want to be in hospitals. And so when we were able to assist in helping them do what they want to do, it didn't become a barrier, right? My mom, for example, is a beneficiary of our own program, right? We look after patients in Khayelitsha, we look after patients in Soweto and Deep Kloof, the same way we look after patients in Houghton and all the other places, right? And in our experience is that the one thing about the at-home environment is that it actually plays to the strengths of the patients, and it's their home, and we often serve them and their privilege. As far as the technology is concerned, we always try not to be unintrusive. So all our technology is pretty discreet. We've got a chest patch that's the size that fits in your hand. Once they fit it on like a Band-Aid, the rest communicates, very, very simply. So the idea for us is not to disrupt the ongoing program. If anything, we want to monitor patients in ways that they don't even know we're there, so that they continue living their lives. And so we managed to solve some of those things. And the last thing is around connectivity. One of the cool things here is that we didn't take an international product and bring it here. We actually had to, innovate within the South African setting. So we had to deal with load shedding. So one of the ways in which we had to deal with that was all patients, for example, get a specific smartphone. So I know that all of you guys have got different smartphones. So to standardize this, we actually give smartphones to patients as part of the monitoring package, right? And some of you think, oh, it's going to get stolen in Khayelitsha. Actually, Khayelitsha people don't steal, right? Because firstly, the phones are locked. Two, we're able to track them, and they're only for this particular purpose, right? You can't think of that if you're designing the solution in America, right? The second thing is that it's got full-on battery and a battery power bank that would outlast any protracted load shedding, right? And then the third part is that it's got dual SIM card enabled. So it picks up whether Vodacom is there, and if Vodacom is not there, it switches off to mid, So we have to think about those things because those are realities, right? And as a result, taking this solution to areas like right now, we are living the dream. There's no load shedding. None of these things are issues. But because we had to do this, particularly during COVID, it was a lot easier. So there haven't been too many sort of patient-related barriers. Fortunately for us, we were engaging with funders at the time during COVID when they were looking for solutions. And I think where we're sitting at the moment is trying to get the doctors over the line, right? It was easier for doctors during COVID to think about, well, hospitals are full, where else can I take patients? But if their primary role of existence is admitting patients to hospitals, they now have this conflict about where do I make my money? So we then had to introduce a solution where doctors get reimbursed at the same rate as if they were seeing the patients in the hospital for treating patients at home. So it's all those kind of barriers that we are learning from a South African setting. And I'll invite my colleague Joost to maybe speak about all the things we think about. So security and I think I've already spoken to connectivity.
Yeah, so great question about cybersecurity and I guess things like POPIA and patient privacy. So having the luxury of building something from scratch, it's something that you think about from the beginning. So it's built in, it's in the foundation of the platform. We do annual reviews. We do things like pen testing, penetration testing, where an external company is trying to hack our platform. So those things are really well thought of. Also making sure that a doctor can only see their own patients and not all other patients of everybody else.
It's commendable about the use of technology in terms of boosting AI. But my concern goes into the aspects, how much consideration Have you looked up into the issue of electromagnetic compatibility, radio frequency, and power transmission? Because some of these particular issues, if ever somebody can interfere with them, can end up bringing up reverse engineering on your technologies that you have already chosen.
Your question over there? Because that's an invitation, right? You know, one of the reasons I love Cure Medical, right, is because and I mention this all the time, is that my desire to go into medicine was because my mom had a stroke on the eve of my matric exam. My dad died from complications of diabetes, and if that was better managed, he could be around, right? So my reasons, and then we would go to, he'd be going to diabetic comas and we'd have to go and pick up his clothes as kids. So my inspiration to go into medicine is deeply personal. And it's really centered around improving the quality of the lives of our people. But there are inherent inefficiencies. When I was sitting at Baragwanath Hospital in the hypertension clinic, and a patient came with scary with scary blood pressures because their medication was not delivered, and and because they didn't have food, and someone told them they need to drink, they need to eat before they take. Like, those things trouble me. And so when we go and build these technologies, really centered around patients, we are not motivated by profit interests. And so inherent in our design is looking at how do we design solutions in ways that really speak to our people. Because if we're going to rely on Microsoft and Google and everybody else who may not necessarily be moved or inspired by these things, then we have a fundamental problem. And that's why we are very intentional at Curo in not just having doctors be at the, well, healthcare practitioners in general to be at the center in collaborating with technologists, but engaging with patients and their families. And underpinning this are the principles of morality and ethics. And we do not purport in any way, I think we've managed to be experts in this space. I think up until now, to the best of our ability, we've tried to incorporate everything possible to ensure that that is covered. But given that we're not experts, this is my personal invitation to you, because we want to be able to keep ourselves accountable as the business scales, as we partner with everybody, is that how do we stay true to that mission, right? I agree with you that right now you guys are perceived as, again, the ethics police. And I don't think that we should be designing technology or engaging in practices that require that level of policing, because inherent in the practice, inherent in how we design technologies should be the patients at our center. And because most of these things can sit within our blind spots, we rely on you to help us uncover them. So this is my own invitation to you to say, well, let's show the world how you cannot become police, ethics police, and help us design this and help us scale it in a way that doesn't compromise the well-being of our own patients.
Wow. So I'll try and give an answer to you, sir. I'm not 100% I understand your question correctly, but I think what was very nice for me to see is when Prof was here yesterday talking about cybersecurity, because through his whole slide, I could be like, yes, got that, got that, got that, got that, right? So in building technologies, there are good principles of cybersecurity. This is how we're able to do internet banking, right? Something that needs to be very secure. So we've implemented all those good principles and we check them rigorously on at least an annual basis. About also, I think a thing to understand, it's like it's vital signs, it's your heart rate, right? It's not your crush or who you're in love with or whatever is going on, right? It's not that deep. I can understand you want to keep your healthcare data private, and that is definitely what we will do. But if you think about it in a hospital space, if you're on a vital sign monitor, other people can also see your heart rate. It is a very short moment in time.
Thank you very much. I believe
Make
there
a follow-up on
aren't-
this one.
A follow-up, sir?
Yep.
Okay.
Basically, I was not asking in terms of cybersecurity. The issue is that in South Africa, we've got specific bandwidth of certain services that has to be provided on certain frequencies. And there's specific requirement in terms of electromagnetic compatibility of specific equipment to the next one, how they communicate, and the issue also of power. Now, the issue is that certain equipment or gadgets that you go and get in the US or you get it in Asia, whatever, they could be having a different standard than the ones that has been allocated in South Africa. Then you look up into the whole issue. If it's on Wi-Fi, and then you look up into the frequency that it's operating on, let me say it's on an ISM band on 2.4, 2.8, then somebody ended up doing an transmission on it, which is not, just block up the transmission or influences up the data that has to come through. Now, those particular issues have to be looked up into. So the one issue is that I picked it up, it was because you say your gadget they've been approved by SAPRA. But what I'm looking at is that this is another aspect whereby is this particular gadget has to be approved by ICASA, which is one of the other challenges in terms of utilization of technologies in terms of the healthcare.
Thank you very much for that. I think if you've got a short answer, I'll allow you. But I think that we can have, you can continue during the tea break. Oh, we break for tea at 11 o'clock. Okay, fine. So, okay, go ahead then.
Look, I'm happy to go into a more in-depth conversation during the tea break, but I think the gadget Fuyani shows you is just Bluetooth 4.2, which is quite normal protocol used in South Africa. I think that I hope that clears it up. The mobile phones are Samsung phones using 4G and 5G, so we are using pretty common technology that is available across the country, but happy to go into a deeper conversation over tea.
No, I don't want to take them out the firing light. Was there another question at that table, the ethics table? No other questions. Okay. I guess I have to now take you out of the firing light. On behalf of SAMA, we really just want to thank you very much for your presentation. This is a small token of our appreciation. Thank you. I'm going to hand over to Prof. Dai.
Thank you so much for sharing your expertise and your experiences with us. Tea only will be ready at 11 o'clock. And what I'm going to encourage all of us to do is not to neglect our exhibitors. If we look at the door out there, before we leave the hall, we can go through that door and visit our exhibition stands, please. So deliberately, we've asked for the tea to come a bit late so we can actually get time to engage with our exhibitors. So we'll see everyone back at 11:30. Um, hello once again. I've just been informed that Sama would like a group photo. So instead of, we can come back to the exhibitors. So, so please let's go down. Lulu, where is the group photo? Okay, please follow Lulu. Lulu, if you don't mind giving instructions.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. If you can kindly follow me, I'll be outside. I'm waiting, gathering everybody. So if we can all just go downstairs and take this picture now. And once we've taken the picture, we can mingle, network, and go to the exhibition stands. Thank you.
Lulu, just for the online people, what time are they supposed to be back? Is it 11:30?
11:30, yes. 11,
Okay.
yeah, after tea.
Okay, 100%. Thank you.
It's quarter past 11, Raina.
11:15 back.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Thank
Thanks.
you.
Hello. It's working. Good morning once more. We continue with our program. My name is Claude Ndlovu. I know I didn't introduce myself earlier. I head up professional and corporate affairs at SAMA. This segment of our roundtable is on ethical and legal consideration in the use of AI. And we have two speakers for this session. And it's important that we do talk about these. In every talk we had yesterday and earlier today, these concepts seem to creep in now and again around ethical and legal considerations. We ran a poll yesterday asking our attendees what are some of the key concerns in this space. 33% of them spoke about bias. And you can understand why. Not so long ago, less than 3 years or 4 years, if you had put on your Google search unprofessional hairstyles, it would have shown you black hair. And so we worry, obviously, about the inputs, about the prejudice, and about the biases in these systems. Prof. Pillay shows something with facial recognition, and you wonder what it would read and what it would say if the biases that exist are built into this system. So I'm not the one to talk about these. We've got two wonderful speakers. The first one is Professor Safia Mohammed. She is at the School of Law in the University of South Africa and is an honorary associate professor at the Steve Biko Center for Bioethics. She's an admitted attorney in the North Gauteng High Court, and her work focuses on examination of the ethical and legal considerations for human tissue transfer, protection of personal information, and artificial intelligence in healthcare. She is a member and former chair of UNISA's Biotechnology and Medical Law Flagship, a fellow of the National Department of Higher Education's Future Professors Program, and a holder of UNISA's Vision Keepers Grant. Sophia, your CV. She is the editor of the South African Journal on Human Rights and a member of Biobank's Ethics Committee at Wits and a member of the ASAF Committee for the Protection of Personal Information, Code of Conduct for Research. She's published extensively in both national and international peer-reviewed journals. Thank you for presenting and allowing yourself to share your thoughts with us. And I do want maybe to ask before you start, because part of what the conversations in ethical and legal considerations lies in the doctor-patient relationship, which is underpinned by a few principles: informed consent, confidentiality, self-determination. And how does all of this play itself out in the data that is shared and held in cloud and other places? Thank you and welcome.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much for the introduction. It's a privilege to present this morning at this very important conference. We heard yesterday and during the course of this morning about the immense potential for AI in healthcare, The main purpose of my presentation is to discuss the narrative that intertwines data privacy and healthcare, including health research, against the backdrop of increasing data breaches in the healthcare sector. This presentation is not just about laws and guidelines, but it's some of the issues that we need to grapple with. And like Dr. Ndlovu mentioned now, those principles of consent, justice, our ethical principles that should be intertwined into our regulatory systems. I also hope to provide some solutions that we could discuss that are translatable into our South African context. With that said, colleagues, let me begin. Earlier this year, we woke up to the news that all the internal and external IT systems of the NHLS remain down following an attempted ransomware attack by the Black Suit hacking group, who reportedly stole around 1.2 terabytes of data, including third-party, client, and patient information. To get an idea of how much 1.2 terabytes equates to, it's equivalent to around 30 large moving boxes full of documents or the contents of 25,000 books. The NHLS, as we all know, is considered the backbone of South Africa's health system, providing diagnostic tests and holding electronic records for patients using the public health system. It offers some highly specialized tests that are not available in the private sector. The consequences of the cyber attack were that doctors were forced to revert to paper records. There were delayed test results and operations, with patients being exposed to suffering and harms. It also disrupted financial and human resource systems, affecting its ability to pay staff and suppliers. In addition to stealing data, the hacking group also erased large portions of data, including backups. Apart from major disruptions to routine healthcare services countrywide, the cyber attack paused plans for pediatric TB tests. Thankfully, on the 22nd of August, it was announced that all operations were restored. It seems like the clicker is not working. Okay, I'll just carry on in the meantime. Thanks. So the lasting effects of the cyber attack have taken a toll on the NHLS, which is now looking to upgrade its cyber defense mechanisms. A few weeks after news of the NHLS cyber attack broke, it was reported that local mining giant Sibanye-Stillwater, one of the world's biggest producers of platinum and gold, suffered a cyber attack. The attack on the mining giant and the NHLS appear to be linked and come after a slew of cybercriminal acts targeting high-profile entities in South Africa. So data breaches are certainly on the rise, specifically in the healthcare sector, which, if we assess the stats, accounted for 32% of all data breaches between 2015 and 2022. This is almost double the number, thank you, recorded in the financial and manufacturing sectors. Okay, let me just get to the slide. Further stats show that during the second quarter of 2023, the healthcare sector experienced an average of 1,744 attacks per week, reflecting a year-on-year increase of 30%. Notably, Africa experienced the highest average number of weekly cyber attacks per organization, with an average of 2,164 attacks. This is again a significant year-on-year increase of 23% compared to the same period in 2022. In addition, a 2023 briefing by the South African Council for Scientific and Industrial Research reported that the Rainbow Nation was the 8th most targeted country worldwide for ransomware. But why is healthcare data so valuable? Unlike stolen credit card information, which can be quickly deactivated, healthcare data can be exploited for longer periods, making it a lucrative target for cyber criminals. The size of healthcare databases also makes them attractive targets as they contain sensitive information that can compel organizations to pay ransoms to regain access to their data. For example, in February of this year, Change Healthcare in the US suffered a ransomware attack by the Black Cat Group, leading to the theft of 4 terabytes of data. A $22 million ransom was paid, and the breach exposed potentially up to 1/3 of Americans' data. While almost every sector, including the health research sector, embraces open science and a data-driven reality, this in turn has exposed the fragility of our systems, which is part of a broader challenge regarding the regulation of personal information in the digital age. The pace at which digital technologies have evolved has outstripped traditional legal frameworks, making it increasingly difficult to regulate the collection, storage, and use of personal data. Traditionally, the right to privacy, which predates the Constitution, was largely recognized at the common law and not the subject of significant codification prior to South Africa's transition into a democratic dispensation. This position significantly changed, with the right to privacy being progressively developed with specific regard to the clinical practice and health research settings. With the advent of the Constitution, an increasing awareness of healthcare patient and research participant protections, a concept that was predominantly interpreted by ethics norms and the common law, privacy is now governed by various pieces of domestic legislation, ethical guidelines, and also influenced by international instruments. Privacy as a concept relates to aspects of a person's being into which no one else should intrude. Sharing private information with a healthcare practitioner results in the patient choosing to relinquish certain aspects of their privacy. However, patients have a reasonable expectation that their private information will only be shared with specific people to further their welfare. In the medical context, confidentiality will almost invariably involve a relationship between parties. While confidentiality is often described as an ethical obligation, it's very much a legal requirement. The notion of keeping health data private is constantly being tested, as over the past 2 decades, what qualifies as health data has expanded significantly, now including massive quantities of personal information from various sources, such as genomic data, radiological images, medical records, and non-health data converted into health data. Collectively known as biomedical big data, these various types of data form a health data ecosystem that has transformed the landscape for healthcare. This data ecosystem presents both opportunities for innovation and significant ethical challenges. The global push for interconnectedness, facilitated by open science, open access, and open data, influences data sharing for research purposes. In the realm of patient-centered care, it's essential to acknowledge the ongoing growth of data in terms of volume, variety, and velocity, which is driving a shift towards big data. To derive meaningful insights from the substantial amount of data generated by individual patients, these data must be validated, processed, and integrated into systems that can create new value in health service organization. The growing influence of big data has prompted healthcare organizations to adopt AI and develop the necessary skills to effectively leverage big data analytics. AI and big data are intrinsically linked, as AI systems heavily rely on data to function effectively, particularly in interpreting and deriving insights from vast data sets. A prime example of the synergy between AI and big data is the way in which researchers and healthcare professionals gained a better understanding of COVID-19. Big data, and as we heard yesterday, is often referred to as the new oil. It provides a natural blueprint for AI to thrive and to generate and advance knowledge exponentially. Thus, a constant stream of data and the use of AI is ubiquitous in the research space. With regards to research, AI increases efficiency, productivity, innovation, and collaboration. A 2023 Nature survey of approximately 1,600 researchers worldwide revealed an overall positive sentiment regarding the increasing use of AI tools in scientific research. But while more than half of the respondents anticipated AI tools to be very important or essential in their fields within the next decade, researchers also expressed concerns about how AI is transforming research, including issues related to bias, fraud, and irreproducibility. It's evident that big data is part of the design for AI initiatives in healthcare, opening new opportunities for data-driven discovery. However, they also raise ethical challenges, as we have seen in the case of the NHLS data breach, which highlighted the fact that the more data required, coupled with the more complex technology, the more we need to understand the vulnerability of our systems. But just when we're beginning to grapple with issues around the ethical management of AI in healthcare, new developments such as artificial general intelligence and artificial superintelligence emerge. These are advanced AI systems that meet or exceed the skills of human experts. Although still theoretical, we need to prepare ourselves for AI programs that can independently interpret data and perform reasoning tasks without human intervention at performance levels exceeding those of human experts. This table depicts the advanced potential AI capabilities in healthcare, highlighting benchmarks where AI may significantly enhance or surpass human performance. Accordingly, we need to consider that AI may become responsible for traditional clinical tasks and display elements of cognitive empathy in which they may outperform humans. For example, a physician will diagnose and customize treatments based on clinical knowledge and familiarity with similar cases. Advanced AI can apply the same processes, but with an added advantage to access medical knowledge far beyond that of any individual human, and an ability to link this knowledge with personal patient data. Let me now turn to the South African regulatory space to establish our national privacy parameters. Presently, the right to privacy is a fundamental right protected under Section 14 of the Constitution. In addition to protections developed under the Constitution, the rights to confidentiality and privacy in the health context are further safeguarded in various laws and policy documents. The National Health Act provides for the broad protection of patient privacy and confidentiality. And then we have the Protection of Personal Information Act, or POPIA, which derives guidance from Section 14 of the Constitution and is the most significant piece of legislation to consider where the processing of personal information is concerned. POPIA came into effect in 2021 and is broadly based on the European Union's General Data Protection Regulation. POPIA defines personal information very broadly and covers all information, including health information, related to an identifiable living person and an identifiable existing juristic person. The Act is suffused with individual autonomy and self-determination for individuals, regulates the processing of personal information, and safeguards individuals' rights to privacy. This extends to protecting against the unlawful collection, retention, dissemination, and use of personal information. There are 8 conditions which must be met when personal information is processed, and it's the responsibility of the responsible party, which in the health context is either the practitioner or researcher, to ensure the lawful processing of personal information in a manner that does not infringe the constitutional rights of individuals to privacy. So essentially, when personal information is collected, a participant or patient needs to know what type of information is being collected, why it's being collected, what will happen to the information, how long it will be retained, whether it will identify the participant, if and why it will be shared, and whether it will be transferred outside the country and why. Of significance to the use of AI technology is Section 71 of POPIA, which contains a general prohibition against the processing of personal information by automated means taken without human oversight or intervention. With automated decision-making becoming much easier, where algorithms and AI enable speedy decision-making, data subjects have the right to question significant decisions that have been made on a solely algorithmic basis. Papaya provides for protection in this instance, which is welcomed, especially when we consider how AI can be prone to pre-existing biases. For example, in 2023, an open letter calling on all AI labs to immediately pause for at least 6 months the training of AI systems more powerful than GPT-4 raised valid concerns about the development of ever more powerful digital minds that no one, not even their own creators, can understand, predict, or reliably control. This letter has received over 33,000 signatures to date. Thus, advanced AI that processes personal information without human oversight or intervention is currently not permissible under Papaya. It's important to note that there are exceptions to the general prohibition. However, if we apply these to the healthcare setting, the inclusion of human oversight in our context may always be essential. When we consider the transfer of data, Section 72 of Papaya becomes applicable and provides an added layer of protection. National transfers of data may take place with informed consent and appropriate ethics review. International transfers may take place under 5 circumstances, 3 of which appear relevant for health research purposes. However, only one ground appears to be practical, which is when the recipient in the foreign country is subject to a law, binding corporate rules, or binding agreement that provides for an adequate level of protection that upholds principles that are substantially similar for the processing of personal information. So a binding contractual agreement, for example, a data transfer agreement that upholds the principles for processing of personal information as set out in Papaya, seems to provide a realistic solution for the transfers of personal information outside our borders. From a data breach perspective, Papaya sets out offenses, penalties, and fines where its provisions are infringed and places a duty on responsible parties to disclose breaches of personal information. Data breaches are further safeguarded under the Cybercrimes Act and in the Electronic Communications and Transactions Act. In May 2024, the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies published the National Policy on Data and Cloud. The policy aims to guarantee the secure and reliable storage of data in the cloud and protect personal and sensitive information from cyber attacks by establishing data protection protocols as required under Section 19 of Papaya. The policy further recognizes the importance of the free flow of data as a catalyst for the global exchange and sharing of information and data, and reiterates that the processing of data collected within the borders of South Africa must comply with South African data protection and security laws and policies. However, unlike the draft version of the same policy, which stipulated that all data generated in South Africa be considered the property of South Africa, irrespective of the location of the technology company, the final policy does not mention ownership rights in data, which is a point I will touch on later on. So we've considered the laws that are most applicable with regard to the use of health data. However, our ethics guidelines have also evolved to extend protections to data generated in the care of patients in modern healthcare. Of significance are the Health Professions Council Guideline on Confidentiality, Booklet 5, as revised in 2021, which increases the responsibilities on healthcare providers to ensure the safety of their patients' personal information. We also have the South African Ethics in Health Research Guidelines, Principles, Structures, and Processes, issued earlier this year by the NEREC. This is the 3rd edition of the guidelines, which provides the minimum national benchmark of norms and standards for responsible and ethical conduct of research in South Africa. The guidelines recognize that data sharing raises specific ethical concerns in relation to privacy and that data sharing decisions involve trade-offs between protecting privacy and advancing research. They provide guidance to researchers and research ethics committees when the use and transfer of data is contemplated. They also reiterate the processing requirements set out in Papaya and advocate for the use of separate MTAs and DTAs. Notably, the guidelines provide guidance on the application of research ethics considerations to AI research proposals. If the researcher is focusing on machine capability and there are no human participants, then no ethical review is required. However, if the researcher intends to apply such technologies in a clinical setting and involves human participants, then ethics review will be required. The guidelines outline 7 key factors for researchers to consider for AI research, and they also provide a set of 11 questions that research ethics committees should consider during the review process. So broadly, privacy governance in South Africa has progressed at a rapid pace post-transition. But are we ready to effectively navigate the ethical regulatory environment when it comes to data and health research, considering the added challenges that AI brings to the table? And can we translate paper into practice? Perhaps a good place to start is to remember our past when forging a way forward. We need to take a step back and remember the lessons learned from the historical exploitation on the continent, including the exploitation of human biological materials, and apply these same efforts into safeguarding data. What we may benefit from are careful efforts to ensure data security. For example, implementing strong access control measures, encrypting data, developing wide-ranging data security policies, adopting advanced security technologies to protect patient data, upgrade outdated technology to mitigate opportunities for potential hackers, detect potential threats, shut down systems immediately in the case of an intrusion, remove compromised files, and preserve details of the breach for investigation, which should be incorporated into a comprehensive incident report plan. Another issue which we may benefit from is to develop a national DTA template to manage the transfer of data across South Africa's borders. Any practical data management tool that is developed to regulate data flows should be adapted in line with appropriate safeguards that respect the dignity of people, particularly considering the pre-democratic South African context. Combining efforts into developing a nationwide template would assist in streamlining processes for researchers, research ethics committees, and institutions. Introducing a framework for the regulation of AI, which speaks to the best interests of all people. Operating within a framework that respects and appreciates privacy, while at the same time recognizes the importance of open data and which strives towards bridging the digital divide. For example, law researchers in Africa designed a chatbot which has been trained on the data regulations of 12 African countries, making regulatory information accessible to all. E-learning strategies for clinical and medical staff, including research ethics committee members, to teach them how to adapt to disruptive technologies, and education for the general public to familiarize population groups with what's here and with what's to come. Engagement with communities and community healthcare leaders to accelerate 4IR technology adoptions, including their use and efficiency. Upskilling RECs to equip members to deal with protocols that involve big data and the use of AI technology. Establishing clarity around the ownership of data, which would in turn develop trust amongst institutions and participants and patients that their data will be used only for the purpose for which it's intended. This can also create certainty regarding how much control institutions and patients have over their data, which could assist with countering digital colonialism. Regulatory sandboxes, which facilitate innovation in a safe and responsible manner under a controlled environment, which would enable innovation, collaboration, risk management, and regulatory agility. This in turn would allow regulators to adapt emerging technologies and the uses of data. A serious obstacle to the uptake of the development of AI in Africa is the availability of data and the costs associated with its acquisition. Therefore, directed investment, including capacity building at a national and regional level, development of digital infrastructure, and accessibility to the internet, which is use and coverage, is crucial. So these are just suggestions. They are by no means exhaustive, but rather the purpose of this discussion is to add to the ongoing dialogue on the topic. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Safia. Trust the lawyers, hey? That's a lot there, hey? I'm just thinking about information being a person. All the data points and the matrix that gets collected, that's a person. And how does it intersect with innovation and progress without, because I mean, you've got to have some legal and ethical consideration in terms of how you use that, but also allow the space to innovate. So that intersection for me is quite interesting in how it works and how we balance it. Let me take questions, if there are questions in the room. I see the chair of SAMA board and followed by Vuyani and Brenda.
Thank you so much, Safia, for your presentation. I think it was very, very insightful. Just on the way forward that you have suggested, you've raised an issue on engagement with communities. How do you see that happening? I'm asking this because we do not have a culture of engaging communities in South Africa. Whether you talk about NHI, you talk about what these things, we don't have that culture. But also our literacy levels, health literacy now, is down in South Africa. So how do we navigate that space? Thank you.
Thanks very much. That's a really important question. And I think it's something that's crucial because without the buy-in from communities, the advancement with regard to technology and also the privacy protections are not going to work. It needs to work holistically. So in terms of community outreach and community engagement projects, I think there has to be a lot more done in terms of educating our communities. And we see the work that's already being done with Vuyo and other role players to sensitize our communities with what's here, what we have to offer, and how AI has the ability and capacity to change their health care outcomes. But I think a lot more needs to be done in terms of understanding, and then also from a regulatory perspective. We need to also go into communities and see what are the actual crucial issues that people are worried about in terms of their privacy and use of data, similar to what was done with human biological materials when they were being used and transferred out of the country.
Yani?
Hi, thank you so much for that very comprehensive presentation. I don't like breaking the law and I don't want to go to jail, right? Just to be clear, but I'm an innovator in the space. So my question is always, in the absence of clear direction, companies like us, what do we do? I'm fortunate in that my co-founder is a lawyer. So we're, and she's risk averse. So we always try to be on the right side of the law. But I think it'd be great to understand, for everybody else, like what do you do in this instance? The second part is that, regulation, the law, they tend to take a very long time, right? But the nature of our work comes with a great deal of urgency, right? When you've got potentially life-saving technology, what do you do in that instance? So very keen to understand how you guys are thinking about the evolution. And then the third part is that what happens in instances where there's somewhat of a kind of conflict of, let's say, two laws. I'll give you a simple example: storage of data. According to POPIA, when a patient requests that that data be deleted, you kind of have to. But from a Healthcare Act perspective, you kind of have to keep that for the next 5 years. I mean, how we've approached that was download, store the one component, but also be able to delete it upon the patient's request. So very keen just to understand how do we move forward.
Thanks so much for those questions. And I'm sorry for calling you Vuyo, Vuyani. But in terms of the law and when there's a framework lacking, I think it's always better to err on the side of caution. And when it comes to papaya and data protection, yes, it does look like a very stringent set of rules. However, there are ways around it. And to answer your last question, perhaps in terms of two laws conflicting, you would have to look at which law offers the best protection for the patient in that circumstance. In terms of deleting data, it's very difficult. One of the requirements is consent from a patient, right? But if you look at papaya, one of the requirements for consent is that you need to be able to withdraw the data, which is not always possible. So in those instances, as long as the patient is informed that, look, it may not be possible for us to withdraw your data because then it cannot be used or whatever the implications would be, then that is still fine. As long as that's explained to the patient, then you are covered. I'm not sure if I answered all your questions. Okay. Thanks.
Brenda?
Thanks so much. That's an excellent question. And, you know, this is the problem. It's a general problem because how do you know what's being done when you are submitting data to a third party? The onus is up to that third party or that organization to ensure that there are effective data protection mechanisms in place. But who checks that, you know? And I think in terms of what SAMA can do, and perhaps is leading the way in terms of this conference, is perhaps, and if I can be so bold as to say, develop guidelines for healthcare practitioners to ensure that not only is patient data protected, but that also our healthcare practitioners are protected during this process.
Somebody unmute. Somebody needs to unmute the. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hi there. Thanks a lot for that interesting presentation. And since yesterday, I've been waiting to ask the question with regards to what's the way forward for South Africa with regards to myself. I'm sorry, I didn't introduce myself. I'm Cameron from Life Healthcare and sort of overseeing radiology and nuclear. So I might not talk to your business, but the question I have, and I think the way forward is we firstly need to look at an AI Act in South Africa. And the reason I say that is because I was at another conference last week and there was a doctor there from PwC saying that we should maybe start looking at leveraging off of the European Union AI Act. And we also heard some other regulations and frameworks from US and UK yesterday. And I think once we've got that in place, we can then use that to sort of leverage off of vendors that we could use in South Africa. And from there, then obviously implement it. So how far are we from actually doing that, you know?
Thanks, Cameron. I wish I knew how far we were, but I think this is now us, right? The groundwork is beginning. An AI Act realistically may take years before it's implemented. What we currently need are policies and regulations that are adaptable, that are live documents that can be changed, because we're in a space that is changing and it's going to continue to change. We're going to continue to learn. There's going to be new guidance required at different points in time. So I think that's probably where we need to start, and then look at the development of an AI Act. Because remember, in terms of the processes and our laws, and we see this as well with the National Health Act, when you have a very strict and rigid act in place, without any regulatory guidance, there is room for then ambiguity, and there's also room then for people to perhaps be unscrupulous in the way that they conduct their research or practice because of the legal loopholes within an act. So I think the best way forward is to begin from the ground up. Thanks.
Sophia, thank you very much for that engaging talk, and also just to make us think more about data privacy, information protection, which in turn protects the patients and the people that we treat. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
The next speaker is Professor Notongcobo. He is an assistant professor of law at the University of Louisville in Kentucky, USA, and he's currently completing his PhD in law at the University of South Africa. His work focuses on healthcare laws, bioethics, and the regulation of artificial intelligence in clinical decision-making. Professor Ncobo's work engages with the ethical and legal challenges posed by AI in healthcare, with a comparative approach drawing from both South Africa and the US legal system. Professor Ncobo, welcome. And I do think that AI, whoever is training AI, they'll probably have to teach AI to start calling people by clan names. Mapolob. And I do think your topic is quite important, which is overview of the ethical considerations in AI in healthcare. And it draws, I guess, nicely from Prof. Mohammed's talk. Professor Ncobo, take it away. Thanks.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, everyone. For me right now, it's still in the early AMs. It's around 5:30 AM. Let me just share my screen. Okay. Okay. Is everyone able to see my screen?
Yes, we can. Thanks.
All right. All right. So just to build off from what Professor Mohammed has mentioned, so when we talk about, artificial intelligence, and we are looking at it from a healthcare perspective, I would like to believe that, it has so much to offer. Right now I have been working on a paper which looks at how we can use artificial intelligence in preventive healthcare, mostly looking at the data with regards to the NCDs in South Africa. So now, the problem now which arises is AI systems can fail unexpectedly and drastically. AI can go from being extremely intelligent to extremely naive in an instant. And all AI systems have limits, even if bias has been managed, as we are going to look at the issue of bias in a few minutes as well. So the use of AI without any human mediation raises concerns about vulnerabilities in cybersecurity, as was mentioned by Professor Mohammed. But for now, for this presentation, I am going to look at these key ethical challenges in AI healthcare. So the first one which I'm going to look at is patient autonomy and informed consent. So this one here, I'm going to spend a little bit of time on this one because it is a bit complicated. And we have seen a couple of cases in courts whereby patients have argued that they didn't provide any informed consent to any medical treatment. And most of the time, as you will see, as you have seen in the court cases, the courts will find in favor of the patient. So one of the main reasons why this is important is to protect the healthcare providers and also the patients as well. And then we are also going to look at algorithmic bias and fairness. And then from there, I'm not going to spend much time on data privacy because Professor Mohammed has spoken on this one here. And then we will also look at accountability and liability. There's also an issue with regards to global inequities in AI access. Now, let's start with this one here with patient autonomy and informed consent. So just one second. Yeah. So maybe the first thing we need to look at is look at how we have progressed in the medical field and also, with regards to the legal regulations of informed consent in healthcare. So we have seen a transition from physician-centric to patient-centric healthcare. The concept of informed consent in healthcare has seen significant evolution over time. Historically, many jurisdictions adhered to a physician-centered standard characterized by a paternalistic approach to medical decision-making. Under this model, physicians had broad discretion to determine the cause of treatment, often without requiring explicit consent from the patient. Take, for instance, if a physician determined that an amputation was medically necessary, they could proceed without informing the patient of the procedure or seeking their consent, operating under the belief that this approach served the patient's best interest. So this paternalistic model has since been challenged and replaced in many jurisdictions by patient-centered frameworks, emphasizing autonomy and patients' rights to make informed decisions. Now, I am going to use a UK case to illustrate this, right? So in the UK, there was a case called Bolam, whereby in this case here, we saw that the courts found in favor in certain instances or in some issues found in favor of the paternalistic model, whereby a physician, if they believe that what they have done was medically required, then they cannot be held liable. And then which is to some extent some principles from this case in the UK, they are still running, they are still being followed. But now there's also a case. I'm just going to go to look at this one. So there was a case in the US called Canterbury versus Spence. So this is now one of the cases in the world, or one of the few first cases whereby they changed from the paternalistic model to a patient-centric model. Now, in this case here, it was held that before you can do anything to a patient, you need to obtain their informed consent. And by informed consent, you need to advise the patient of the benefits of the proposed treatment, and also advise the patient of the risks as well with regards to the proposed treatment. So this was one of the first few important cases whereby we saw now, the courts, they are now changing and they are now advocating for patients. And this is equally important when we look at the ethics for patient autonomy and informed consent, because now, while the ethics, they are there to guide the healthcare practitioners in doing their work, we also have to align them with the legal requirements. Now, to move it to the South African Constitution, we have it's section 12.2 of the South African Constitution, where it provides for a right to bodily and psychological integrity. And then we see in this section of the Constitution, we see a mention of informed consent. And then later on, we see this being also mentioned in the National Health Act, whereby it provides that you have to obtain informed consent from the patient before you provide, these services. And now, if we are looking at, informed consent in South Africa, we also have to look at this case here, the Castell versus De Grief in 1994. So here they held that patients have a right to make their own decisions about medical treatment based on adequate information. So even if medical professionals deem a decision unreasonable, the principle of bodily integrity, which is found in section 12.2 of the Constitution, protects the patient's right to refuse or accept risks associated with treatment. And then also, the healthcare providers must disclose all material risks defined as risks that a reasonable person in the patient's position or the particular patient would find significant in making a decision. And failure to disclose such risks undermines informed consent. Now, the most important thing here as well is, if you look here under material risk, it says that that's a reasonable person in the patient's position. So you see now, we are looking at it from a patient perspective. We are not saying that a reasonable person in the medical professions or in the physician's position. So here, it doesn't matter if another physician in this position would have done the same thing, but we have to look at it from a reasonable patient position. Now, why is this important? See, now with the integration of AI in the healthcare, there is this thing that has been mentioned over and over again with regards to, they're calling it the black box medicine, right? The issue with regards to explaining these AI decisions. So, for instance, just to make an example, there is a tool, an AI system that we are currently working with here at the University of Louisville. So basically, you can input patient data, and then it can make predictions, and then also recommend some courses for like a treatment regimen or a treatment action. So here, the biggest issue we've been facing is we cannot understand how this system came to such a decision, right? We know that we have used, patient data But now the other problem here is that we can't explain what's happened, what is happening behind, like in the background or in this black box of the AI system. Like for instance, here on the screen, I have, a small hypothetical whereby Sarah visits her patient, or visits her primary care physician, Dr. Williams, at a rural clinic. So Dr. Williams uses an AI-based decision support system called Health Predicts to recommend treatment plans. So during the consultation, the AI suggests a new medication regimen based on Sarah's medical history and lab results. So here, the challenge here is we have to ensure that patients understand AI's role in decision making. See, remember, for informed consent, you have to advise the patient of basically all the material information. You have to provide all material information to the patient, as we have seen in the Castell versus the Hriev case. Now, with AI in play, and there is this missing information which we cannot understand, and we or also the physicians, they cannot understand based on this AI. Can we say that now there is still informed consent? Can patients give true consent without understanding AI? Because now, if you look at this example here on the screen, let's say Sarah decides to ask questions to Dr. Williams about how this system or Health Predicts came to a conclusion to recommend treatment plans and also make any diagnosis. And then since we cannot, because of this black box medicine or black box problem, Dr. Williams, since he cannot fully explain what's happening in the background of this AI system, can we say that then whatever, if Sarah decides to give consent, can we truly say that Sarah gave an informed consent to the treatment? Because the other problem is, if you remember about the Castell de Hriev, it says you have to mention the risks that are involved as well. So now, if you do not fully understand all the information, or you do not have the full information with regards to a decision rendered by an AI system, can you say that you have obtained informed consent and you also have explained all the information to the patient with regards to the risks and benefits as well? Now, this is not just an issue we cannot resolve, right? We have seen developers, they have tried to make great progress by creating explainable AI. But the problem is, based on the research that's currently available right now, it shows that even with now explainable AI, it still doesn't fully explain what's happening in the background. So there is still that missing gap or that missing information which we cannot decipher. And that's now is one of the biggest problems here, because if we are going to now include, AI in healthcare, and then we cannot fully understand that very same AI, then that's going to provide, that's going to cause a lot of problems for us. Now, just to move along, if we also look at the National Health Act, as I mentioned earlier, it talks about informed consent, and it provides for patient autonomy, and this is explicitly mentioned in Section 7 and 8 of the NHI. And then these provisions, they are increasingly tipped to move towards AI-driven preventive models. So these AI technologies analyze, vast amount of data, and to predict health outcomes and recommend preventive measures if we are looking at it from a preventive healthcare perspective. So in the process, however, the number of complications related to transparency algorithmic biases and limitations of AI-driven decisions are also introduced into the informed consent process. Now, we have seen some other scholars have argued to say that AI systems can frequently create biased outcomes when building upon data sets that are not representative of various patient population. But now that talks about bias, which we are going to go back to in a second. Right. So here under algorithmic bias, we are, excuse me one second. Yes. So under here, there is actually some research that has been done on these on a few AI systems. Mostly the data I have read so far is from here in the US, whereby they have argued to say that these systems, they have in some way, they are incorrect when they are making diagnoses for certain marginalized groups. So remember, however, the reason this is caused, so here, when we are looking at AI in healthcare, AI uses data. So you have to train it with data. So now if you train an AI system with one data set, like from one population group, then there are other missing population groups on the training, which means then now, if you are going to use the very same AI on these other population groups that are underrepresented or not represented at all from the training data sets, that means then now there's going to be some algorithmic bias involved here. So let me give you an examples of bias in healthcare AI in South Africa. So I'm diagnosing in rural and underserved communities. So AI diagnostic tools may underperform in rural areas due to a lack of diverse data, disproportionately affecting patients in underserved regions, such as the Eastern Cape and Limpopo. So one of the issues right now, which I have seen on the news that the South African government is trying to tackle is they are trying to digitalize patient information across South Africa. But while they are still trying to do that, there is still missing data from people or from the population groups which are located in the deep rural areas, whereby they do not even have computers to save this information. So with that missing group now, and if you are now going to try and use AI to diagnose a patient who is coming from that deep rural area in South Africa, who forms part of this missing data sets or missing data group, there is bound to be some bias in the decision rendered by AI. The other example, this one here, I have mostly seen it here in the US with regards to skin tone bias. So AI systems designed for dermatological diagnosis often underdiagnose skin conditions in patients with darker skin tones because training data is predominantly sourced from lighter skinned populations. And one other one we can look at is language barriers in AI chatbots. So AI health bots or apps, they may fail to provide accurate or culturally relevant recommendations to patients speaking indigenous languages like isiZulu or isiXhosa, which then now reinforces inequities in access to care. Just to make a quick example, if you were to ask someone who doesn't understand English, and then you had to ask them to explain their symptoms to you, and then they explain it in their home language, let's say, for instance, they explain it in isiZulu. There are some words in isiZulu that are quite difficult or doesn't exist in English. We cannot, directly translate into English. And then so they explain this in isiZulu, and then you try to translate this as closely as possible in English. But still, it doesn't still capture the essence of what they were mentioning in their home language. So that's also now going to create some biases in the healthcare AI. And then we have seen as well some gender bias in maternal health data. So AI tools for maternal and neonatal health may inadequately account for South Africa's high rates of pregnancy-related complications among marginalized women, which often leads to misdiagnosis or delayed intervention. So let me just give you an example as well of this bias in healthcare. So there was a study here in the US which found that an AI tool used to allocate healthcare resources assigned fewer resources to Black patients than white patients, even when both had similar medical needs. This happened because the algorithm was trained on data that's used healthcare spending as a proxy for medical need. Since historically less money was spent on Black patients, the algorithm incorrectly assumed they needed fewer resources. Now, let me just try and bring it home for you. If I saw that we have some lawyer colleagues who are present here in this roundtable. There was a case. Let me just try and find this here quickly, because I've forgotten the name. Yes, there was a case in 1997 in South Africa, the Supramani versus Minister of Health, KwaZulu-Natal in 1997. So whereby this case here, the Constitutional Court rejected Mr. Supramani's claim. So here, there was, resource constraints. The hospital had set strict clinical criteria for dialysis admission, which Mr. Supramani did not meet. He argued that the denial of dialysis violated his right to access healthcare services under Section 27(1). But see, let's look at it from an AI perspective right now. If they had, in this case here in 1997, if they had employed an AI system to create a criteria of individuals who are going to get access to dialysis based on needs, based on different criterias, that AI system was going to be biased when it was giving these recommendations, because it was going to look at other factors which a doctor here or which a reasonable person wouldn't have looked at or would have been able to identify early on. So the AI system wouldn't have created a system or wouldn't have created a criteria that promotes equity. It would have tried as much as possible to look at equality, right? Which then now can cause problems, because we know that from a research perspective, we can see that there are different healthcare needs for different healthcare or for different racial groups. We can see from the data that's available today that certain individual or certain racial groups, they are prone to certain conditions, which doesn't mean that the other racial groups, they cannot get those conditions. So now the problem with AI is it can try as much as possible to enforce equality, whereby now it's going to reinforce inequity at the same time. Now, another example we can look at is in South Africa, a lack of representative data in healthcare system could lead to these disparities. And if AI tools are trained primarily on data from urban, well-resourced hospitals, they may not perform well for patients in rural or underfunded areas. Now, solutions. One of the solutions which we can think of is diverse data inclusion. So we need to develop AI systems trained on data sets representative of South Africa's diverse population, including various racial, ethnic, linguistic, and socio-economic groups. So this also calls for a collaboration between the healthcare systems and local research institutions to collect data reflecting the realities of underserved and rural communities. We have seen, some of these projects being undertaken. I know of one project being done by UKZN to collect data. I know of other projects done by VEEDS as well. But we need more of these collaborations whereby they will try to collect, this missing data, which, reflects the realities of underserved and rural communities. And then we also need regular algorithmic audits. So implement continuous audits to identify and mitigate biases in AI algorithms. Engage in multidisciplinary teams, include ethicists, healthcare professionals, data scientists, to evaluate AI performance across demographic groups. Now, this one here, with regards to, continuous audits to identify and mitigate biases in healthcare algorithms, this one is going to be a bit difficult because even if we do include these data sets, which reflects the realities of underserved and rural communities, the people or the person who is still going to be inputting these data sets, if they are biased in any other way, because remember, these systems, they are trained on the data that's provided to them. So if the person that's behind the programming of the system is biased in some way, it can also reflect on the system or the outputs by the system. So we also need community involvement here, which is difficult. But we do have to try, to include patient and community feedback to ensure AI tools align with cultural and linguistic needs, and then encourage partnerships with community health programs to validate AI applications. And then also we need policy and regulations. So we need to advocate for legal frameworks that mandate transparency and accountability in AI systems, ensuring equity in healthcare outcomes. And excuse me, just to use the same point which was made by Professor Mohammed earlier when she was mentioning that we need to start with regulations. I think one of the best examples we can look at is the EU, for instance. They didn't just jump to creating an AI Act. They have first created, they had the GDPR, and then they are now working towards the AI Act. So I also saw that in South Africa, there is, as well some measures which are being created to try, and regulate AI in different fields. Now, this one here, I'm going to skip because Professor Mohammed has spoken about these issues. Now, one other issue or ethical issue is accountability and liability. So the ethical question here is, who is liable when AI systems make errors in diagnosis or treatment decisions? Now, the most important thing here is no one wants to be sued by the patient or by whoever, has suffered any harm. So one thing which we are going to see if there is no regulation of these, AI systems, we are going to see some, AI developers, they are going to try and shift the blame to the healthcare professionals, and the healthcare professionals shifting the blame to the developers. So here we need, a clear legal framework which going to look at accountability. Now, which going to talk of who is liable if there's an error in diagnosis or treatment or treatment decisions. So clear guidelines assigning responsibility between AI developers, healthcare providers, and institutions based on their roles in the decision-making process. So the other important thing here, which I always say, is when we integrate these AI systems into the healthcare, the physician is still, or the physician still has a major role to play here. We cannot substitute the physician with an AI system. The physician still has to make an informed decision about the patient's course of treatment. Yes, they can still look at the AI recommendations, but they still have to provide their own as well, decisions or their own informed, decisions for patient treatment. Now, since I have about a minute remaining, the last thing I can talk about is global inequities in AI access. So AI has the potential to bridge gaps in healthcare access, but it can also exacerbate disparities, right? So in rural South Africa, access to advanced AI tools may be limited by poor infrastructure, lack of training for healthcare providers, or affordability issues. Similarly, in the US, rural hospitals often lack the resources to adopt AI technologies, leaving these communities at a disadvantage. Now, one of the solutions here, or just to look at the ethical issue, is we need access, or we need to bridge the divide, for AI access. So one of the solutions we can look at is we need to create policies for equitable access. Even if we are looking at South Africa only at this point in time, there should be policies which now advocates for access, or which advocates for these AI tools to be accessible to under-resourced areas or rural areas as well. We need to look at infrastructure investment and community education and training. I think I have ran out of time, and I will stop here. Thank you.
Siyabonga Mapolobo. I guess it's a broad topic when you think about ethical considerations, starting from patient autonomy, informed consent, confidentiality, accountability, self-determination. It's a lot. And I do think that it probably would need its own session at some point. Worse, if you have to add some case law there to make that point, it does, it needs more, I guess, in my mind. And it's quite important in the context of AI, who makes the decision, who takes accountability for those decisions, etc. In light of time, Professor Ngobo, thank you so much. You woke up at 3 a.m. to deliver this talk. And I do hope it's not as cold. We're enjoying the heat in South Africa. And we wish you well, hey? And hopefully, I think you're on your sabbatical there, and have a good one, and see you when you come back home. Thank you very much. Thank you. Then I'll hand over to Professor Dai, and this will be the last section of the day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Claude, and thank you so much to our speakers for today. We've just had an intensive 1.5 days of presentations, discussions, and lots of information. And I think currently all of us are suffering with information overload at the moment. We've come to our last session, which is discussion and recommendations. And I promise you, I'm not going to be long. What's come through very clearly is that there is this huge potential for AI in healthcare for us in South Africa and going into the continent as well. And we've also heard of the challenges and concerns. So this leaves us with an ethical dilemma. And when thinking through this dilemma, I said to myself, this all hinges around one question. And the question is whether science, technology, innovation, and progress in the field of AI can actually progress and simultaneously ensure full protections of the rights of individuals and our communities. And I think this is what we would need to be unpacking. We need to continue with the progress, but at the same time, we need to look at protection of our communities, safety, efficacy, data protection, etc. Now, with this dilemma, I think it's actually intensified even further, because if you look at the goals of AI in healthcare, especially from the perspective of our discussion over the last 1.5 days, the goals of AI in healthcare is the well-being of society. And while I do respect the lawyers in the House, I do believe that the law must not act as an impediment to this progress. When you have an ethical dilemma, we unpack the dilemma. But when you have something written in the law, you can't just unpack what's written in black and white. So apologies, well, apologize to the lawyers, but I think what the lawyers need to understand is that the law must be informed by ethics. And the law must be used as a tool towards obtaining or furthering social justice. And I think if the law uses that approach, I think law and ethics can work very well together. Currently, I look at the law as the minimum standard. Ethics rises above the law. So having said that, I think if we need to push health justice and equity in the context of AI, we need to start seriously identifying the ethical dimensions with AI in healthcare work. And we've heard the issue of biases, etc. And these ethical dimensions have been identified. We need to work together with our innovators in terms of how we develop strategies, ethically acceptable strategies that would be recognized by the law as well, to overcome these challenges. We've heard a lot of values. We've heard of conflicting values. I think we need to articulate our conflicting values. They've been articulated. We've heard of first-person informed consent, how we must respect the autonomy of our patients and our research participants. Yes, we must respect this. But at the same time, let's also look at other dimensions of ethics where, and very simple, public health ethics, where we look at balancing first-person autonomy with societal good. And if we actually work along these lines and work with our innovators, I think we would be able to achieve that balance. And having said this, there are a few immediate plans from SAMA, immediate steps, and our CEO is going to take us through the immediate steps in the next minute or two. So CEO, over to you.
Colleagues, it's a Friday, so I really don't want to keep you here any longer. But yeah, I think the last 2 days have been very interesting. I mean, we heard from Ruben Pillay that we should actually be the unreasonable group of people. The people who are here must be unreasonable so that we can, because progress depends on us. But then we must ask the question, are the medical schools ready to incorporate Dr. Vuyani Mhlomi's technology in medical training? Are they ready to take Lubabalo Mnyaka, the Aflumed medical system into the training of medical students so that by the time they leave, they are ready? We will sound unreasonable in those spaces, but we must. SAMA is ready to lead that kind of a discussion. The association is actually ready to build the collaboration across sectors. We are ready to do that. Prof. Nyirenda, Noccliffe Brown from the PMA, Ms. Mia Rizwane Lubabalo, Jeka Just from Vuyani's Vuyani's partner there. We are ready to work with you, Prof. Mohammed. We are ready to bring the collaboration from all the sectors. In fact, what we want to do is to, one, we will have a policy position paper that we will release immediately after this. That's number one. Number two, we want to set up what we refer to as an AI innovation hub within the South African Medical Association that brings all of these people who are here. And in a long term, well, next year is actually a few weeks ago. A few weeks, like just next week will be next year. One of the things we want to do with our global partners is to see if we can have a workshop on AI for medics. We just need to make sure that medics understand what is required of them in this new age, because AI is going to disrupt, or is actually disrupting, not only healthcare, it just disrupts everything, every part of society. So medics, especially those who want to lead, as we heard from the Americans, those who don't adopt AI and don't skill themselves in that field will actually be replaced by those who do. So we don't want anyone to be left behind as a medical association. So we will make sure that people are trained in relation to that. So those are the immediate steps, colleagues, that we're going to put in place. And we've already taken up the minister on the 2 challenges that the minister has actually put forward. I think the hub is basically one of those, to say that the South Africa needs a robust information system that can be used for the benefit of the country. Prof. Ames, I don't want to keep the delegates here any longer. I will call upon the president for closure and thank everyone.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Are we still here? Okay. In a word, all I can say is that I am really inspired as we bring this transformative 2-day roundabout discussion of AI in health to a close. I am filled with hope. The past 2 days have been nothing short of extraordinary. A convergence of brilliant minds, convergence of innovative ideas, and a shared commitment to advancing healthcare in South Africa. Let me begin by extending a heartfelt thank to our exceptional speakers. And I want to say to our speakers, Your thought-provoking presentations and groundbreaking insights have illuminated an incredible potential of AI to revolutionize healthcare while addressing its challenges with care and nuance. You have inspired us all to think bigger, to act smarter, and to dream boldly. And to our delegates, your enthusiastic engagement has been the engine of this event. Through your probing questions, through your innovative ideas, and eagerness to collaborate, you have proven that South Africa's healthcare professionals are ready to embrace the transformative power of AI. It is your dedication to bettering the patient outcomes that will bring this discussion to life in the real world. We were especially honored this morning by the presence of the Honorable Minister of Science and Technology and Innovation, Dr. Blades Mande. As I had mentioned to the Minister, his support underscores the government commitment to integrating technology and innovation into our healthcare system. His participation this morning has added immense value to the discussion that we're having. And therefore, we thank him in absentia for his contribution to the discussion. To our sponsors, UI for the venue, BCX for the catering and the refreshments that were quite refreshing, to the Discovery Health and Afflumet for the exhibition that they have had and the stalls that they have had. We are greatly indebted and we are deeply grateful to your belief in this initiative and your commitment to fostering innovative in healthcare. Your support has not only made this event possible, but also reinforced the importance of collaboration in tackling the challenges and opportunities that are before us. A special thank you goes to the Summer Organizing Committee for the tireless effort in curating and executing this successful event. I want to say to the Summer Organizing Committee, your hard work behind the scenes ensured that everything ran smoothly, allowing us to focus on the rich exchange of ideas. We want to tip our hats to you and want to do that in gratitude. Can you give them a round of applause, please? Thank you. And finally, I must commend the South African Medical Association for taking the lead in initiating the critical conversation on AI. Summer's work in advocating for the health professionals and its commitment to exploring the interaction of technology and healthcare is indeed a testament to its role as a visionary organization. Summer is ensuring that as AI reshapes our sector, it does so in a way that enhances patient care, preserves ethical standards, and promotes equitable access to all. As we conclude, I urge you all to see this not as an end of a discussion, but as a beginning of a movement. AI in healthcare is not just about technology. It is about creating systems that are more efficient, equitable, and responsive to the needs of our people. I am sure together we have an opportunity to shape a future where innovation meets compassion and where progress serves humanity. Thank you all for your energy. Thank you all for your insight. And thank you all for your dedication. And to our speakers, to our delegates, to our sponsors and special guests, including the Minister of Technology, Science and Technology and Initiative that we saw this morning, I want to say let us carry the moment of these 2 days forward, and we must turn these discussions not only into words, but into actions. Have a safe travel, and let's continue to make a difference. Thank you.